Um, I'm going to go ahead and just do a quick introduction so that you guys can know what's going on down here in the hot shop. Really quick though, my name's Charlotte. I'm going to be your MC for the day. So if there's any questions that come up during our demonstration down here, you can always kind of pull me aside and go ahead and ask. Um, we're working on a pretty fun piece actually. So this was a project that kind of came up over the weekend. We have this whole project that basically is consisting of a bathroom sink and mirror made out of glass that's in partnership with a company that's then going to be sent over to Korea and Seoul within the next week and a half. So this is something that kind of came up and we're working on it today. So right now what we're working on is we're starting to collect up clear glass and we're blowing it out and we're going to start shaping it into one of those blown mirrors that's going to go on the wall of this installation. So we're using clear glass on this piece because once it's finished and completely cooled, we'll actually be going in cold working and getting that mirror effect by pouring this liquid on the inside to then get that mirroring. So what's going to be happening right now is we're going to be starting to get bigger shape. We're going to start blowing some more air into it, and we're going to start trying to create more of a flat, kind of squished sphere. It's close to a sphere. In the end, this piece is going to actually kind of be the silhouette of like a bison. So it's going to have these horns that get attached to the mirror a little bit later once it's cooled, because we also want those horns to have the same mirrored effect. And if they were to be added on while hot, we wouldn't be able to achieve that because we wouldn't be able to get that liquid inside of those horns. You can see we're going in right now and we're adding something that we call our jack line. So you can kind of think of this as a neck for the piece. This is where we're going to eventually break it off of its pipe. So it's pretty important that we establish this right now because it's creating this weak spot for us where we'll be able to encourage the glass to break at. Yeah, so those are just wooden paddles. We use them to help protect the glass blower's arms. So an assistant will be over there kind of holding them up to protect any bare skin. And they also can be used to create flat surfaces on the glass by kind of applying that pressure. They also help with like stability with pieces and making sure that when we start to open up our glass, so like once we transfer this piece, if we were wanting to make a vase, usually you would start opening up the hole that's left over from your blowpipe. And the paddle can help us keep that opening even without it starting to kind of get wonky and spin out. Not usually, yeah. We don't usually have a limit. It's more so just being consistent. If you allow the glass to cool down too much, there's a higher risk of putting it back into what we call the glory hole. And that's just mostly because if the heat drops too rapidly and then we try to hit it with over 2,000 degree, temperatures, it could shock it. Um, but we're able to, I've seen us work with a piece for up to 3 hours and it's a lot of going kind of back and forth, back and forth. It can be a little bit tedious. It's probably one of the most tedious parts of glass blowing is having to maintain that heat by constantly getting up and down. Um, but it's nice that there's no limitation. So the other nice thing is we have that really big blowtorch. That blowtorch is actually just about the same temperature as the glory hole that we're going in and out of. So we're also able to use the blowtorch as like quick heat in a specific area that may be getting cooler faster than the rest. So down where the glass meets that pipe can get pretty cold really quick just because the heat isn't always traveling that far down. So we're able to use a blowtorch that matches the same temperature just about as our glory hole and be able to get heat back onto the piece without having to kind of continuously go back and forth as frequently. Yeah, we have a picture. Do you want to? I could grab it. Okay. This is like the reference photos of the bathroom sink with the mirror, yeah. And then So we can see that we have gone ahead and really stretched out the glass that we have. We've blown all the air into it. We have a really nice big bubble inside of our glass. And we've started to elongate the piece. So a lot of the times we can do this by simply holding it down towards the floor and allowing that gravity to kind of pull at the glass, allowing it to stretch. So our glass blowers went ahead and drew a line onto their pipe so that we can tell the difference between what is going to become the front and the back of the piece. What we're doing now is we are starting to go in with some cork paddles so that we can start to squish and kind of press in these sides of our piece so we can start to flatten out this round shape that we have. Again, this will become a glass mirror that will be put up on a installation. And so what we're trying to do now is basically press it down so that it can be thinner and kind of resemble that mirror a little bit more. Of course, in our case, we don't want to see our bubble disappear. We don't want our piece to collapse on itself, and so we have to make sure that we are still trapping the air inside of our piece. And so at times we'll be placing our finger or thumb on the end of our blowpipe so that we're building that pressure and we're not allowing any of that air to escape out the pipe. So again, you can see that we're capping, as we call it. So we're closing up that hole at the end of our blowpipe as we apply that pressure to the outside of the piece, just to ensure that our glass doesn't try to collapse and suck itself in. We have some measurements pre-made so that we can make sure we are getting a consistent product. And once again, we're just going to repeat this process of adding that pressure through our cork paddles, trying to squish and basically flatten out this shape that we had. We're going in with our wooden paddles so that we can start to adjust the shape a little bit more. Again, with our cork paddles, continuing to apply that pressure on the outside of our glass piece. For those of you who just joined us a moment ago, we are working on an installation that will be traveling to Korea to be in Seoul. It's going to be a bathroom sink and a mirror. So they're all kind of individual elements that will then be brought together to be a finished installation to be put in there. So right now what we're working on is that mirror that's going to be hung above our bathroom sink. So it's going to right now be completely clear because once it's cooled, we'll actually be working with it and applying this liquid to the inside that gives it the mirrored effect to the glass. So we are not working with any certain color as of right now because we want to give it that mirror look when it's finally finished. And unfortunately, it's not something we can do while we're working with it hot. What we're going to be doing is just kind of creating this shape, adjusting it a little bit, trying to make it match our references as well as we can. We have some other photos of what we're going for, some already made pieces that we're trying to match. And so our glass blowers are taking in those measurements and applying it to the piece they're making right now. Something else about this mirror that we're making is it is eventually going to also have these horns being added to it. But since we want the horns to also have the mirror on the inside of them, we cannot add them while the piece is still hot. So it's something we will have to do once again while it's cold. This mirror is supposed to kind of have the silhouette of like a bison, so almost like that skull. It's going to be kind of shaped in that way and then have these horns that come off of it. It's pretty close, yeah. Is it close? I would say it's getting pretty close. They have these little kind of metal tools that they use to measure out what they're looking for. I know that they've picked them up, kind of like made sure everything looks good. For the most part, I think it's as long as it should be, and the width is pretty close as well. But what we're doing now is kind of trying to shape it out so we can get that head shape of like a bull or a bison. So that just takes a little bit of kind of back and forth, trying to change the glass as much as we can while it's hot. Another thing that I believe we will most likely have to do at some point is transfer onto a new pipe. And so you'll actually see that we'll attach a new pipe onto our piece and break it off of its original blowpipe so that we can start working with the other side of the piece as well. Right now, it's just we're trying to get that almost squared shape on the bottom. And we're also going to be trying to push in those sides a little bit more, trying to get it a little bit flatter. So again, to achieve getting that thinner look that we're trying to go for, we're using a tool that's our cork paddles. And we're able to go in kind of this like rubbing motion of like back and forth in circles to push on those sides to apply that pressure. But at the same time, we have somebody holding the bottom of the blowpipe where we would normally be blowing the air in. We're actually covering up that hole because we don't want any of our air to escape, or else it could cause the whole piece to collapse on itself. So one person is in charge of making sure that we are keeping that air inside of our piece, while the other is continuing to manipulate and change it. So now it looks like we're going in and trying to see exactly where those horns would go. Since we can't add them on while our piece is still hot and being worked on, it can be a little bit challenging to fully visualize where those will be placed and how the rest of the piece will then look with that added element. But I do believe we must be close to this being finished and being put away, because one of our glass blowers is getting dressed into protective clothing so that she will be able to carry it to one of our annealers. So the annealers are the black boxes on either side of the hot shop. We also have some smaller ones that sit right at the front. These rest at about 950 degrees Fahrenheit, pretty close to there, almost 1,000. And usually it's an overnight process. We'll put them in there, and then over 12 hours, the temperature will slowly drop. It pretty much counts down at a very, very slow pace. And this is so that we can not only cool the outside of the glass, but also that inside. We want our temperatures to be matching, because that's what causes our pieces to break, is when outside cools rapidly versus the inside staying very warm, and not just warm, but extremely hot. And that can cause the piece to crack and break. So what we're doing now is we're trying to get that lower portion of our glass, or the spot where we are wanting it to eventually be broken off from, we're trying to get it back up to temperature. This is so that when we hit it with a little bit of water, it's going to actually cause the surface of the glass to crack. And when we have those cracks, we then are further weakening that area of our glass. So this will only help us be able to break it off of the pipe. You'll see we're going to continue blowtorching it, and what we want to see is that slight movement. We want to see our piece be able to slightly fall. So that basically tells us that our glass is heated up enough that it's able to move again, but it's not hot enough that it's completely liquid and taking on new shape. Yes, yeah. We want to try and maintain a similar temperature across the entire piece. Of course, that can be pretty difficult with a large piece like this. The bottom half is always going to want to get cooler a lot quicker, not only because it's connected to that pipe, but it's just farther back. But you can see we're adding that water and we're actually going in and kind of filing at that spot where we want it to break. That glass is pretty thick right there, and so to make sure that we're breaking in the right location, we're going in and kind of filing away. All it takes is a tap and we're right off of our pipe. We torch that edge just a little bit, trying to smooth out any rough parts, and we'll put it away into our annealer, and we'll probably be able to see this piece sometime tomorrow. Can we give our artists a round of applause? All right, so we just finished up a piece, but we should be starting on another one momentarily. So if you just got here, you have a little moment while we start getting set up and ready to go. We're going to start gathering some glass out of our glass furnace. You can see all of that glowing glass inside of this furnace here with the door open. And we have some on the end of a blowpipe. The glass furnace is where everything starts in glass blowing. It holds about 1,000 pounds of hot molten glass, and it's kept at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. We never turn our glass furnaces off. They are always running. So we have two of them in our hot shop, and one of them will always be full with glass for us to use, while the other is maybe melting down some more ingredients. Another thing that we need in our hot shop is what we call our glory holes. So these are the round barrel chambers that we use to reheat our glass once we've pulled it out of the glass furnace. We use these to be able to continue manipulating our glass, to continue changing it. It's all powered by natural gas and forced air. And these get to be between 2,100 to 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. What we are starting on now is another one of the mirrors that we are working on for an installation that's going to be going up in about a week and a half, 2 weeks in Korea, in Seoul. So this is a part of a festival that is happening there, and we have an artist with us who is doing the installation and is coming with the ideas. What we're working on is basically a bathroom sink. So it'll be a full sink made out of glass and then the mirror to go with it. So we just finished one of the mirrors. This mirror that we just finished is going to have these horns that get added to it, so it kind of mimics the silhouette of a bison or a bull. The mirror that we're working on now is going to be a little bit more of a free form. It's going to be kind of mimicking clouds, so it'll be more rounded and a little bit like fluffier and playful. You'll see we're gathering some more glass in our glass furnace. As we rotate our pipe, we're able to pick up that glass and kind of coat the whole surface in that hot glass. Hello to those that have just joined us recently. My name is Charlotte. I'm going to be your MC for the day. So I'm here to let you know what's going on down here on our hot shop floor. And I'm also here to answer any questions that come up while we are going through our process. Today we're working on a art installation that will be put up in about a week and a half, 2 weeks in Korea, in Seoul. It's part of a festival, and so this will be one of the elements to the installation. It's going to be a mirror. So right now it's just a bunch of glass on the end of a pipe with a bubble in it. What we're creating as a whole is going to be a bathroom sink with a mirror above it. So the sink will be composed of many glass pieces that are then put together once they are cold. And our mirror will get that mirror effect once it's cold as well. So it's a fluid that we have to pour inside of our glass that then gives it the mirroring effect. This mirror is going to be more of a kind of free form shape. It's going to be more circular. It's going to kind of resemble almost a cloud. So it's going to have more rounded edges. Right now we're going in and getting some hot glass onto what we already had. So this is what we call a gather. We're going inside of our glass furnace, rotating to collect that glass so that we can continue to add more mass and more glass that we'll be able to work with. Our glass furnace that we just came out of is about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of hot molten glass. We have 2 of them inside of our hot shop. One of them is always filled with glass, while the other is either getting more ingredients put in it to melt down. You can see the little slide about it now. The glass furnaces never turn off, so these are always being ran. You can imagine that if we were having to turn them off at the end of every day, that it would be really challenging to get it back up and melted at the beginning of the day. So to make sure that we always have glass to work with, we make sure that these glass furnaces are never turning off. Otherwise, everything else in our hot shop will get turned off at the end of the day, and it's kind of like preheating your oven almost. We turn on our, what we call our glory holes, which are the big round chambers that we use to reheat our glass. These glory holes get to be about 2,100 to 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, and they're powered by natural gas and forced air. They're almost like insulated with this type of specialty brick, and it allows all of that heat to stay inside. So when you're standing outside of the glory hole, you can still feel the heat, but not as much as you would, I guess, imagine, because it's hard to imagine feeling over 2,000 degree heat hitting your skin. If we don't keep our glass at a stable and high temperature, it can cause our glass to break. So keeping it hot is really important in glass blowing if we want to get a finished piece. So we kind of have to jump back and forth from this glory hole to our bench pretty often. What we're doing now is we're going in with a wooden tool that we call a block. We keep this soaked with water so that we're able to use it on the hot surface of the glass. You can see that it almost is like a big wooden spoon. And we're able to use this to get a rounded shape of our glass, and also to make sure that we have an even kind of distribution of glass around our pipe so that when we blow air into our pipe, our bubble will blow out evenly. You can see that we are blowing air into it now as we continue to shape it with what we call our papers. This is a stack of newspapers that we keep wet with water, and we're able to manipulate the glass with So we use the large blowtorch to get some specific heat onto our piece. It's about the same temperature as our glory hole that we are using. And so we're able to use that blowtorch so that we can get that heat onto our piece and be able to kind of direct it to a certain area. We're going in with a metal tool that we call our jacks. And we're creating something that we call our jack line. So this is basically creating a weak spot in our glass so that eventually we'll be able to break it off of the pipe. So you can kind of imagine this jack line is like a neckline to our piece. We're kind of applying this pressure and pinching the glass up towards the pipe so that we can create this indentation in the glass. Water. Yeah, just water. Okay. Oh, it looked like powder. Yeah, no, it's just water.
And then he was asking how to prevent the glass from falling off the stick inside the because it looked like it was like droopy and like
Yeah, how do we make sure we keep the glass on the pipe while we're heating it? So it's definitely a skill. It's a skill that you learn, and you know, it is challenging to get that rotation down to a kind of like a known skill. But as we start to heat it, yes, the glass starts to get more malleable, and so it's easy for it to want to kind of fall in a direction, right? So really the only way that we're able to keep it from falling is by keeping that rotation consistent and also kind of catching it and counteracting it. Right now, I mean, it's always hard to tell when you're not the one holding it. It's also at the end of a pipe, right? So the weight distribution is off. All that weight is just on one side of this long, skinny stick. The amount of glass that we have on there is probably maybe, I would assume maybe 15 pounds. Because a lot of it is now air. We have a lot of air inside of there. Of course, our glass is still probably about maybe 2 inches, inch and a half thick. But really, glass blowing is all about continuously rotating and moving. You're always in motion. There's never a moment when you're just standing still and letting it sit. Yeah, once it starts to cool down, of course, but there's pretty rare moments when we're doing that. Right now, what we're doing is we're going in with a cork paddle, and we're actually starting to shape out these kind of rounder lumps into the glass so that we can get this natural shape, this very like organic shape. It's being compared to like a cloud, kind of these fluffy, different rounded pieces. So again, you can see we're going in with those newspapers to continue shaping the glass that we have. We also have somebody using the wooden paddles to protect the glass blower that is working with the glass. Again, since this piece will be turned into a mirror, we are not using any sort of color in our glass. So this is completely clear. The heat can usually kind of distort what color it will end up being in the end. Just because we're at such a high temperature, it can make the glass always look like it's an orangey, yellowy color. But in fact, once it is cooled, this glass will be completely crystal clear. And then we'll be adding in the mirror fluid so that we can get that mirror effect to our glass. We're going back in with our cork paddle so that we can kind of get these round edges back in. You'll also notice that we're kind of spinning the glass so that we can get a larger radius. All right, so it looks like we're getting close to this being called done. Of course, right now, the piece is not finished because there's a lot of stuff that we will do later on once it has gotten down to room temperature. We'll have to go in and actually grind down where it met the pipe and also make sure to give it that mirror effect so that it actually can go up on that wall in the installation and mimic that mirror. But we can see that one of our glass blowers has gotten into some protective clothing so that she will be able to carry it to our annealer. So the annealers are the black boxes that you see on either side of the hot shop. These are close to about 950 degrees Fahrenheit, and it basically holds the glass at this perfect temperature until we're ready for it to start slowly ticking down until it reaches that room temp. Usually this is a overnight process, so in about 12 hours we would be able to have those pieces out and be able to see them all finished. You can see we're going in and kind of filing at that weak spot where we want it to break off with a wet file. Once it's been filed, we're going to go ahead and tap it off. We're also going to then torch that opening just a little bit so that we can get rid of any rough edges. And then over to our annealer, it will go to cool down. Can we give our artists a round of applause? All right, so it sounds like we are going to be starting on the same thing that we just finished up. So if you didn't get to see the beginning of the process, you'll be able to see that now. We're going to start by getting some glass onto the end of a blowpipe like we have here. And we have a small bubble that we've established inside of it. What we're going to start doing is just building up the mass that we have. So we want to try to just increase how much glass we have on the end of the pipe so that we have more glass to work with and we can get a larger piece. We're making a mirror. So right now it won't necessarily look like it because we're having to use completely clear glass. And to be able to get the mirror effect, it's something we have to do once the glass is cold. So it's a little bit of like a behind the scenes type of thing where you get to see most of it, but you won't actually see that finished reflection. But we're just basically creating the shape of this mirror that will then be put into an installation that's going to Korea in Seoul. They're having a festival, and we have the artist here who's working with them to create this bathroom sink with the mirror above it. So we're gonna make a whole glass sink that's gonna be made out of different parts that will then all be put together as one. So it's a lot of kind of bits and pieces that will then be all added together to complete this full installation. But you can imagine just like a bathroom standing sink with that mirror above it. All right, so this first part of the process is just a lot of kind of building the amount of glass that we have, trying to keep that air inside of our glass as well. We're going to be going in and gathering some more hot glass onto the surface, so you'll be able to see as we open up this glass furnace door how we go in and kind of rotate our pipe to collect that glass onto our surface. We have the glass furnaces that hold about 1,000 pounds of glass, and they're at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. We have 2 of them in our hot shop, and one of them is always kind of filled with glass for us to be using. And these furnaces are always on. We never turn them off, so they're being ran 24/7. Otherwise, we have what we call our glory holes, which is what we use to reheat our glass to keep it from getting too cold and cracking or breaking. These are about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, and we kind of have to jump back and forth. You can see as we start to rotate in that glass furnace and collect up that glass, we have a fresh layer of that hot glass. And right now, it looks like it could have some sort of color to it, but it's completely clear. Any of the glass that we get out of our glass furnaces are going to be just completely crystal clear glass. We have to actually manually go in and add our own color. In our case, with what we're making today, we will not be adding any color to it because we will be wanting to create that mirror effect, which we will be doing once it's cold. You can see our glass blower is kind of pulling some of that glass away from the glass. This is so that we can remove any surface air bubbles. So any air bubbles that we collected off of the surface of our hot glass inside of the furnace, we're trimming away and removing. So again, if you look, you can see that we have that air bubble inside of our glass already established. This is how we're going to be actually expanding our size and actually changing the kind of ball of glass into this flat shape. We're going to be blowing lots of air into it and then actually going in with our tools to shape it out to become this more flat disc. We want it to be kind of like this rounded disc that we're then going to add some more shape into so that we can get this more organic rounded shape that's supposed to resemble like a cloud. So you can see as we take it back to our bench, we're going to start using a wooden tool. This is what we call our block, and we keep it soaked with water so that we're able to use it on the hot surface of the glass. This is helping us get a rounded shape and also make sure that our glass is being evenly centered around that pipe so that as we start to blow air into it, we will get a even bubble. We don't want our air bubble to blow out in any which direction except for kind of just forward. The moment that our bubble starts to go to the left or to the right, we have chances of it actually blowing out and breaking through the glass completely. So you can notice right now we're letting our glass actually cool down just a little bit because we're about to go in and get another layer of hot glass onto the surface. When we allow it to kind of cool down this way, it makes sure that we won't go in to gather new glass while we're too hot and actually strip away any of the glass that we currently have. So we're able to start adding a new layer of hot glass onto our surface, and then we'll be actually bringing it over to continue working on it after we cool down our pipe. So we're going off to the side to a water trough that we have. This water is spitting out and cooling down our pipe, but none of that water is actually hitting the glass itself. We're now coming back to our middle bench, and again, we're just going in and removing some air bubbles that we have in our surface. So you can see we use our tweezers to kind of pull that glass away, and then we come in with our shears, which is basically just big scissors that we can use on the glass to cut that glass away from the rest of the piece. So you can see we're continuing to use that wooden block as we go in to shape out our glass. We're going to also start using a tool that we call our papers. So this is a stack of newspapers that we keep soaked with water that we're able to use to get a little bit closer contact with our glass and kind of guide the air that we're blowing into the glass as well. So we've really started to expand our shape and really grow our size just by blowing that air into the glass. We're going in with our metal jacks so that we can start to create what we call a jack line. This is basically like a neckline. It's an indentation in the glass up towards close to the pipe. It's creating a weak spot in our glass where we'll eventually be able to break it off of its pipe. So we've gone from just a mass of that glass on the end of our pipe to this fully blown orb. What we're going to be doing is actually going in and trying to shape it out, kind of adding a little bit more dimension to it, almost flattening it out, and then adding these different lumps to the edges. You'll see we're getting ready to go in with our cork paddle, and this is when you'll be able to see that we're really starting to change this ordinary shape into something a little bit more unique and different by adding these different divots into the edges. We're applying a little bit of pressure as we go in each spot that we're wanting to create these new shapes. We're then just going in and brushing away any of the dust particles or pieces of our cork that may have been left over on our glass. We're going in once again with our newspapers so that we can kind of apply this pressure and squish our piece down a little bit. We're trying to thin it out a little bit more and then redefining those kind of indentations that we had put in a little bit earlier. You'll see that we rapidly spun our piece so that we could actually get a bigger radius. We're trying to kind of stretch our piece out a little bit more so that we can match the measurements that we're trying to achieve. We're going to go in with our paddle just to make sure that we have that flat surface that we're looking for. All right, so it looks like we are just about ready to break our piece off and put it away. We can tell because one of our glass blowers is getting dressed into some protective clothing so that she will be able to carry it to our annealer. So these black boxes on either side of our hot shop, we're going to be using this one on my right side. This is where we put our glass once we're finished with it. And it's what cools it down to that room temperature for us, usually overnight, so about a 12-hour period of time. We'll go from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way down to our room temperature, which is about 75 degrees. The time that it takes for a piece to cool down depends solely on the thickness of the glass. So sometimes a piece can take up to 2 days, a week. I've even heard of a piece taking 2 months to fully cool. In our case, though, most of the things that we make here in the hot shop will never take more than about a day to fully cool down. So we're going to go ahead and get ready to break our piece off. We're going to go in with this wet file and start filing at that point where we want it to break off. You can see as we start to create that line, we're just trying to create that spot. We tap it right off the pipe and then torch it so that we can get rid of those rough edges. And we take it over to our annealer where it will safely cool down. And can we go ahead and give our artists a round of applause? Alrighty, so it sounds like we're going to be jumping right into the next piece that we're making. It's going to be relatively the same as what we just finished. So it's going to be the same rounded, flattened shape with those ridges that we put into it. But instead of just doing the clear glass, we're actually going to be adding that white color to it. So we have some color that we've been kind of preheating in our what we call our garage. So this is kept at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And what we've done is we've taken these solid bars of color and we've broken them into smaller pieces and then placed them into our garage to heat up to a temperature that allows us to use them. We're going to grab that color out of our garage and be able to start using it on our glass. So you can see we actually just went ahead and pulled out that portion of a color bar so that we can start heating it up to temperature. So the garage is really helpful because it kind of works as like a waiting room for our glass. It allows us to store things in there that maybe we want to use a little bit later for a piece, or it allows us to put our colored glass in there to get it up to a temperature that allows us to work with it. If we were to take the color bars that we have sitting on that table and we wanted to try and just immediately heat them up in our 2,300 degree furnace, our glory hole right now, we would be met with a little bit of chaos because we would be shocking that glass with that heat. We wouldn't be allowing it to kind of incrementally grow to that temperature that we're looking for. And so then we would be working with probably either glass that would shatter on itself or not behave correctly. So since we pulled out that color, that white color from our garage, we're able to start heating it up without any issue inside of our glory hole. Over here in the middle of our hot shop, we have a blowpipe that we've gotten some clear glass onto the end of. You can see we're going to roll out this hot glass on our Marver table, and then we're going to get ready to actually blow our bubble into it. So we want to make sure we always have an established bubble in our piece before we start adding too much glass to it. So what you guys just saw is something that we call a color drop. So we heated up that color on the end of our pipe to get really nice and hot for us to be able to kind of drip it onto the surface of our already established clear bubble. So this is so that we can get a solid, opaque, and pretty solid color across the whole surface that we can start working with. Something interesting about the color that we're using is that this isn't a solid, opaque, pretty normal white. This is what we call, what is it called again? Opaline. Opaline. So it's an opaline white, meaning that it does have a little bit of this transparency to it in nature. And what we're going to be doing is trying to get an effect where it will be more opaque and more saturated in the color on the edges of the piece. And as we get towards the center of this mirror, it'll start to go more transparent and be clear so that you can actually see through it. As we were talking about this color, he was likening it to basically like if you poured yourself a glass of milk, but then you had no more milk left in your glass and you filled that cup with water, you would still have this kind of milky water. There would still be this white color to it, but you'd still be able to see through it. And that's kind of a similar concept to this color that we're using with our glass. It's going to have this kind of ombre effect as we go from the edges of the piece to the center. And then when we put that mirror into it, once we have let it cool, it'll be like you can see the mirror until you get further out to the edges when the white starts to take over more. So it's going to be just kind of a different effect to the mirror, and it's also supposed to give that illusion that you're looking through a cloud, that again, we're kind of playing with this idea of the shaping of the cloud by adding these kind of natural, rounder elements to the shape, and then also now adding this color to also mimic that idea of looking into a cloud, or you're looking into a mirror inside of this cloud. So you'll see after we allowed that glass to cool down a little bit, we're going in and we are gathering some more hot glass onto our surface. And I want to know, you guys probably noticed that our glass was really hot and you couldn't even tell that that color was on there. It looked completely clear and transparent. But as it started to cool down, you really started to kind of see that milky white color show itself a little bit more. As we're working with the glass now, it's so hot that the color is going to get distorted, and we're also going to kind of feel like it's almost a yellowy, kind of orangey color, but that's simply just because of how hot the glass is that we're working with. That it's giving off the illusion that we have a different color than we actually do. We're continuing to go in with this wooden block to shape out our glass. And we're also going to be continuing to blow air into the bubble that we have. The nice thing about working with a more transparent color is that you can continuously still see that bubble inside of our glass. If we were working with a solid, opaque color, it would be a lot more challenging to be able to see through the color and be able to see how big our bubble is getting. Over these next few steps, we're just going to continue shaping the glass and probably adding some more so that we can continue to grow our mass to work with. We want to be able to blow out this glass pretty big so that we can get this, larger mirror that will eventually be going onto a wall for an installation. So it's going to be a lot of kind of back and forth, trying to heat it up, shape it, and then eventually getting more of that glass so that we can then eventually start blowing it out into this large disc shape. All right, so we can see now that we have this really round kind of orb that we're starting to work with here. And we can also start to see that color is really coming through now. We're able to really see how the edges of this piece are extremely colored with that white. But as we start to kind of make our way around this bubble that we have, we see that color is starting to fade a little bit. So now what we're going to get ready to do is actually come in and try and start to squish this piece down. So instead of this being a fully circular kind of bulb, we're going to actually push itself flat onto itself. Our glass isn't going to touch its inner side, but it's going to create this very thin disc. And we're going to still have this hollow, blown space inside. So now that we're starting to work with this glass and get it to a shape that we're looking for, we're also starting to really see that color kind of play its part in this piece. So I want you to imagine now, once this is finished, of course right now, even though it's kind of a little bit hard to visualize it, once it has this mirror fluid that we put into it and coat it with on the inside, that white color will still be on the outside and will show, on top of the mirror. So we will kind of have this effect as the mirror kind of dissipates and goes away as the white starts to color over it on the edges. So it'll be like this ombrang effect of that mirror kind of fading into that white color that we have. The other cool thing is that the mirror will be helping to kind of reflect that color as well. So it'll actually intensify the white color that we have on the surface. But you can see we've gone in with our paddle and now our newspaper to not only kind of flatten out this glass, but to add these divots to the edges to create this more organic kind of rounded shape that mimics clouds, right? We want these kind of different mounds to it on the edges so that it really does feel like you are looking through these clouds as you kind of gaze into this mirror. right, so it looks like we are finishing up this piece. We're going to be getting ready to break it off and put it away into our annealer so that it can be cooled down to room temperature. You can see that one of our glass blowers is wearing some protective clothing so that she will be able to carry it to our annealer. Looks like we are going in for our final heat on the piece. This is what we call the flash. This is when we just go into the glory hole for about a 5-second spurt of time. And we're gonna bring it back and we're gonna go in with a wet filer and we're gonna start kind of marking the spot where we want this piece to break off at. So you can see we go in and we start kind of adding this line. We tap it off the pipe and go ahead and torch the bottom of the piece. And then we're going to go ahead and carry it over to be put away. Can we go ahead and give a round of applause to our artists? All right, so we are working on another one of these mirrors. This one does have the white once again. We are moving over to this middle bench, so if you want a little bit of a better view, definitely being on this side of the hot shop would be best. But once again, we are using that same white color, so it's very like transparent. You can still see through this white color. And this time we're making a little bit of a smaller mirror than the one that we just made. So we made a pretty large mirror. It was, this very round disc shape. And this time we're gonna basically just make the same thing, but on a smaller scale. These are being made to be put into a installation that's gonna be in Korea, in Seoul. And what it's gonna be is a bathroom sink. So a standing sink with a mirror above it. So we're making the mirrors, and then I think after lunch we'll be starting probably on the standing sink, since it'll be multiple blown pieces that will then be put together once they have cooled. So it will not be a full sink right here in front of you, but it'll be the elements of that sink. You can see we're going in with our damp newspaper, and we are starting to blow out our piece. We're going to begin adding something that we call our jack line to our blown object. We're kind of pinching right towards the top where the glass is meeting the pipe to create almost a neckline or a weak spot in our glass. So this is allowing us to create this spot in the glass where eventually we'll be able to break the piece off of the pipe. While we are working with this piece, I want you to try and pay attention to the change in color as the glass starts to cool down. Once it starts to cool down, you'll actually be able to see that milky white color reappear on the surface of the glass. It's hot, yeah. And the newspapers, yeah, a lot of people ask, like, how can they not feel that heat through the newspapers? It's just newspaper. It's, when they are fresh, like when we just recently made them, they are thick. There are lots and lots of layers of newspaper. And as they start getting used, they start to get smushed and worn down because we are, having to douse them with that water to keep them damp, so that we can continue to use it on the glass and all that. But it's basically, you can't feel it through that newspaper. And it's just a way that they can get closer contact and kind of manipulate that glass a little bit on a more intimate level. A lot of times it can feel like the bare hand is kind of touching and changing the glass a little bit more. It's traditional. Like you will see pretty much every glass blower use it as a technique, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so it's right at the beginning. I think it's already in there. We were having a conversation right when they added it, but they basically have the blowpipe with the clear on it, and it's just the solid glass with the bubble in it already. And then they kind of heat up this color and drip it onto the surface and do something that we call a color drop. So it's pretty much in the name. We're letting that color drop onto our glass, and then we kind of create this layer of that color by spreading it across the surface of the clear glass. The glass itself that we've been using is not colored. So anything that comes out of the furnace, out of our glass furnace, is completely clear. Color has to be added by us always. So yeah, it's like building a sandwich, you know, like you're putting layers upon layers. There's no such thing as like, oh, it's melting itself and becoming one with this other. Yeah. Yes, and actually, it's minerals that give us colors. So, different minerals being added to the glass is how we get those different colors. You can see it with, like, to get a deep cobalt blue, you would add the mineral cobalt. To get pink, it's. Yeah, for the most part, I mean, it also is just ensuring that it will actually, you know, it's just the way we know that color will show up and actually stick with what we're doing. Because, yeah, it does get extremely hot. So there's certain colors that actually behave differently just because of the mineral that we're using to get that color. So certain colors can feel really difficult to heat up while others heat up really quickly. Um, Yes, yeah. Pretty much any color that we're using here is gonna look orangey, ambery, just because of how hot it is. Um, yeah, as it starts to cool, it will start to show its color a little bit more. Even right now, that's not its true color. Um, you won't be able to see that until it is back down to the temperature we are, you know? No. So the glory holes run to be about 2,300 degrees. And that's pretty standard. They can range from the 2,100 to the 2,300, like 200-degree range. Um, but our glass furnaces that hold all of our hot molten glass are 2,100 degrees. And that's just like, that is the temperature we can keep our glass consistently molten at. And so anything we want to change, we have to get the glass hotter than that. Yeah, so the one that you see with like, yeah, you see the door and that opens up for us to, it's basically like a big pot holding all of that hot glass, about 1,000 pounds of it, so. The glass furnaces, yes. So the ones that hold all that glass are always on. These ones that we use to get heat and kind of come in and out of are glory holes, as we call them. They run only for the day. So they're kind of like your oven at home. They kind of heat up to what we need them to be. We turn them on in the morning and we allow them to get up to the temperature that we need for the day. Yeah, yeah. Yes, yeah. The other thing that I compare it to is like when you're scooping up honey with like one of those honeycomb spoons. It's just like as you rotate and spin it in there, you're able to build those layers upon itself, and glass likes itself. So it wants to stick and stay with itself. Yes, yeah. Yeah. So we always make sure that before we go and collect more glass, we let it cool down a little bit, because what can happen is it can actually strip off the pipe because it likes itself so much that it wants to be with the rest of it in there. So yeah, it's a lot of like cooling, allowing those layers to build, and the color is just another one of those layers that we have to add on ourselves. Yeah, so now that it's cooled down quite a bit, you can really see that color starting to show itself a lot more. It's supposed to kind of be like a cloud, so almost like you're looking through clouds, right? And right now, it's hard to say to yourself, yeah, that's a mirror, because it doesn't have that mirroring effect to it. It's not reflective yet, because, yes. So it's something we have to do at the end once it's cold. So it's something you guys can't see, unfortunately. Yeah. And they're all sitting in there. So you'll be able to see. We're going to open up these doors and we're going to place it in there with all the other ones. Yes, yeah. So it keeps it at about like 950 degrees and basically holds it there until we tell it, hey, you can start cooling down. And then the programming in it cools it. Yeah. Yes, yeah.
So if she drops it on the way to
Yeah.
does it shatter or does it deform?
No. So that's the nice thing is that we are putting it in there specifically at the temperature it's at because that's the perfect harmonious temperature for glass. It's not hot enough that it's going to take on a new shape and it's not too cold that it's going to break or crack in any way. Same way he was saying, you know, the glass he was working with was about 1800 degrees, right? And we were able to change what it looked like, but not as much as we, you know, really wanted to. So as it starts to cool down, it goes from being this fluid thing to rock solid within seconds. It happens very rapidly. That's why we need that constant heat. No. It's cold enough that it would just break. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. There is a limit, of course, with pretty much anything that you try to work with, there's always going to be some sort of a limit. And so there's a point where glass says, I've had enough. And yeah. Yeah, with what we have set up here, anything that is completely clear, did not touch any color, was not near any color, we're very strict about it, can actually be recycled and reused. Anything that has color, was near color, unfortunately we cannot reuse. But we have set up things in the past where we've let local artists come and take our scrap pieces to use in mosaics or to crush up and use in jewelry or whatever it may be. So we try to reduce our waste as much as possible. Yeah. Is that lunch? All right, so it sounds like we're gonna be heading on our lunch. So when we get back in about an hour, we'll be working on some more pieces for you guys. So we'll have the time posted up on the screen, and it'll tell you exactly when we'll be back in the hot shop to continue blowing some pieces. It's an installation. Yeah. But can you imagine? Have a good one. All right, hi everybody. My name is Charlotte. I'm going to be your MC for the rest of today. So if you have any questions that come up during our demonstration on the hot shop floor, please let me know. We have been working on a installation piece that's going to be going all the way to Korea for a festival in Seoul. So what we're working on is a bathroom sink with a mirror above it. So earlier before our lunch break, we were making a bunch of these mirrors that we put away to be cooled to room temperature, and we'll be able to see them sometime tomorrow. And that's when we'll be able to actually add the mirror to the inside of them. So right now they are either fully clear or they have this very kind of transparent white color that we're using. So over on our bench off to the side, you can see right now we have that glass with the white color that we went and dropped onto it. So we started with a clear gather of glass on our pipe that we blew a bubble into, and then we went ahead and heated up our color so that we could actually drip it onto the surface and then spread it across the clear glass that we already had established on our pipe. So you can see as we let that color cool down, we can really start to see how intense that white is. But as we start to blow that glass out, the color will actually become more and more transparent, and we'll be able to look through it and actually see through it. We're getting some more glass onto our pipe. And right now, since it's so hot, it seems to have some sort of color to it. It looks like it could be almost a yellow or like an amber color. But really, any of the glass that we get out of our glass furnace is going to be completely clear, and we have to actually manually go in and add our own color. We're going to continue shaping out this glass that we have on the end of our pipe so that eventually we can start to blow more air into it and start changing the shape of it. So you can see right now we're at our bench and we're using a wooden tool that we call a block. And we keep this block actually soaked in water so that we're able to use it on the hot surface of our glass. We're going to add some more air into our glass. You can see that bubble kind of start to expand. What it looks like we're doing now is we're actually going to let this glass cool down a little bit before we go in and get some more on top. So what we are working on right now is we're making some more of these mirrors. So it's a process of really just trying to get glass onto our pipe. And if we were to allow our glass to be extremely hot when we go in to try and get more glass or a new layer of glass, it would actually cause some of that glass to strip off. So making sure that we allow it to cool down before we go back in and get some more is really important, because we don't want to lose any of the glass that we already have on our pipes, especially because we have color that we have added onto our clear. So you can see now we're going inside of that glass furnace. And as we're inside of our glass furnace, we start to rotate our pipe so that we can start to kind of gather and collect more of this hot glass onto our surface of what we already have. We come out with a new fresh layer that we're able to keep working with and continue shaping. So I'm being asked what's down here in this box. This is actually what we call color bars. So when we color our glass, this is one of the ways that we're able to do it, is we can take these color bars and kind of break them into smaller bite-sized portions that then get preheated in this silver box over there called our garage. It rests at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and it kind of is like a waiting room for our glass. But yes, this is how we color most things. We have two other techniques that we use. So if it's not with a color bar, it's with like a crushed up version of this that we call frit. You can think of it as more of a chunky kind of like pebble consistency of glass, and that can be multicolored, and it gives an effect that is more like variation in the color. And then there's also powdered glass, which is very fine dust or almost sand type of texture that sometimes we will like sift onto the surface of our glass or roll it onto the surface of our glass. And it also gives us a little bit of a different look. Color bars are really helpful because they give us consistent color. So when we use one, we know that it's gonna be that color, and we're not gonna have sort of variation in tones or shades. Whereas when you start to use frit or powder, there's chances that the clear can start to show through, or you will have kind of this like range of coloring. It might be more color in certain areas than it is in others. So I just want to point out in our case today, the color that we're using, this very like almost transparent white that we're using, was in the bar form. And we cut it into smaller pieces that then got placed into our garage. And it allows that glass to kind of just heat up to a temperature that is safe for us to then start using it with the hotter temperatures. If we were to take this room temperature bar of glass, it wouldn't agree with that heat shock. So allowing it to kind of slowly heat up in the garage is really helpful. And then also we can put things in there that we want to use later. Like if we have a piece that has a lot of different elements, we can also store them in there. I have like a small picture that I could show you really quickly, but nothing that I can put up on the big screen, unfortunately. But to describe it to you, it's going to be like a disc, a flat disc shape. It's going to be blown, so it'll still have those rounded edges. And once we flatten it into this disc shape, we're going to add these kind of ribbings to it to give it this effect that it's a cloud. So the goal is that this white color will kind of ombre from the inside out. So the center of this disc will be clear, but slowly as we shift to the outer edges, it'll become white. And it's gonna kind of give this illusion that you're looking into a mirror that's like in clouds. So you're looking through this cloud. I don't necessarily have a perfect photo of it though, unfortunately.
She's about to blow into the flame.
Yes.
How hard does she blow?
How hard does she have to blow? Yeah, how difficult is it? So I liken it to the same force that it takes to blow up a balloon. So really, the hotter the glass is, yeah, the hotter the glass is, the much easier it is to blow air into it and for it to expand. And that, of course, once it starts to cool down, it gets really stiff and it gets kind of stuck in its shape. So when the glass is hot enough, we're able to really push that air in there with ease. But actually, the person sitting at the bench will say how hard they want the person to blow. So sometimes we will say that they should blow soft because we don't want too much air entering, or sometimes we want them to blow hard so that we can get a lot of air sent through there to really expand our shape. So it's another skill in itself that you have to learn and master, but it's not like you feel like you're blowing into nothing. Like you feel as if you're blowing something up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the big blowtorch. So the big blowtorch, as he picks it up, we use it for specific heat. So it helps us a lot when we need to get heat on a certain area that may not be getting enough heat when put into our glory hole to get heated. So the blowtorch helps us just get that heat right where we want it to be. Usually it's on the lower half of the piece where the glass meets the pipe. It can get really cold pretty quick, especially just because when we're going into our glory hole, all that heat is kind of hitting the front of the piece and isn't always traveling all the way to the bottom. So the blowtorch just helps us get that quick heat whenever we need it. Yeah, the wooden paddles. So the wooden paddles are really important. You can see right now he's using them to actually protect the arms and the hands of our glass blowers. So when a piece is really hot and you have to reach over and get close to it, you really start to feel that heat. And so the paddles is a way that we can protect one another. But they also get used to help us shape the glass and to help us get flat surfaces on our glass. So they have many roles. So you can see we are going in with a tool that we call our papers now. And we were starting to shape out our glass a little bit more as we had our assistant blowing that air into our piece. The papers allow us to get a little bit of that closer contact with the glass and to be able to not only guide the air as it travels through our glass, but also helps us kind of soften out certain areas. It can help us stretch our glass. It can do all types of things. And it's really helpful because it can feel like the glass blower is almost using his hand to manipulate and change the shape. So we can see we've kind of taken this really round bubble that we've blown and we're starting to almost push it in on itself. We're trying to kind of make it squat down so that we have more of that disc flattened shape. So we're going in with some pressure as we push our papers into the front of the piece. And as our glass starts to cool down, we can really start to see that white color starting to reappear. When the glass is so hot, the color gets distorted and you can't always see it. But the moment that our glass starts to cool down, we're able to begin seeing these colors that we added once again.
Are they working from a template that says this has to be 20 inches in diameter, and then obviously everybody measured it? How's that happen?
Yeah, so they have a template. They have, because Christian, who's here with them to do this,
Yeah.
he's already made these before and had them up in an installation previously. So he already has the dimensions of what he wants them to be. So they've been pre-measured and written down. He has like a whole packet with all their measurements. And then what they do is they use usually these metals making it.
Even water heating stuff?
Yep.
Oh, I've not seen them do that. I
No,
missed that.
probably because not quite at that point yet where he
Okay.
needs to check the measurement. And also this is the fifth one they've made. So it comes to a point where he's like into a rhythm and he knows, okay, it looks too big or oh, it looks too small. I mean, when you've blown glass for over 30 years, you start to really just know, so.
Well, I guess that's the beauty of it. No two pieces are going to be identical, even if the design is identical. The shape and size are going to slightly differ.
Yes. 100%. Of course, having the template helps to make sure that
Right.
we're getting at least some amount of consistency, but never, when you're making a handmade object and you're trying to make it over and over, of course there's going to be those very nuanced details that are slightly different. Yeah, so the furnace, or as we call it, the glory hole, can be anywhere from 2,100 to 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So pretty hot, but it allows us to get the glass back up to that temperature where we're able to actually manipulate it and change it. And the glass furnace themselves, where we collect all of the hot glass, are about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. All right, so you can see that we added some new dimension to those edges of our soon-to-be mirror. We kind of went in with what we call like our cork paddle, and we almost like pushed in certain parts of the edge so that we could create these kind of bumps on the rim of our mirror. Again, this is to further emphasize the idea that this is like supposed to be mimicking a cloud and giving you that sensation that you are looking through clouds. So when it's finished and it has the mirror effect to it, it would be like you're looking through these clouds as that white starts to fade away and the mirror replaces it. You can see we're going in with that wooden paddle. So this is one of the other ways that we use our wooden paddles. You can see in one hand we're using it to protect the glass blower, while in the other we're using it to flatten out our blown object even more. All right, so it looks like we are pretty satisfied with how this piece is looking, and we're going to be getting ready to break it off of the pipe now. So this is definitely one of the most exciting parts that you guys get to see while we are here. One of our glass blowers is going to get dressed into some protective clothing so that they will be able to carry it to what we call our annealer. So the black boxes that you see on either side of our hot shop, these are our annealers, and it's what we use to take a hot piece of glass and cool it down to room temperature. So we'll be able to store this piece away, and then in about 12 hours, we'll be able to actually see the finished product as it will slowly cool down in this annealer overnight. So there's a short process that we have to do to make sure that our glass is ready to be broken off of its pipe. We need to make sure that the connection point where the glass meets the pipe is hot enough that when we hit it with the water, it will actually be reactive. So we're taking this file with some water on it, and we're going in and we're starting to trace out this line on our kind of weak spot in the glass so that we can break it off from there. We're going to tap it off. And this is when we go ahead and torch the bottom to get rid of any of those rough edges. and then it will go over to our annealer to be put away. Can we go ahead and give our artists a round of applause? All right, so here we are working on the same thing that we just finished not too long ago, but on a smaller scale, which you can probably see. We're working with less glass, and we're not allowing, any of that glass to blow out bigger than we would like it to be. All right, so it looks like we're closing in on being finished with this piece that we've been working on. This is just one of the smaller size mirrors that we are working on for the installation that we have going up in Korea. So this is going to be in about a week and a half, 2 weeks almost. We have Christian here with us who is doing this installation at a festival there in Korea, in Seoul. And what we've been working on is these mirrors. You can see we just finished off another that we'll be putting away into our annealer. So this black box on the side of the hot shop. Now that we have finished this mirror, we're also going to be starting on our sink. So we'll be working some more on some other elements that are going into the installation. Since we finished another piece, can we give our artists a round of applause? All right, so for those of you that are just joining us, we are about to get started on another element that is going to be a part of our installation. So we're going to be working on the actual bowl of a sink. So this is going to be a little bit more involved and a little bit more exciting than what we were just doing. We're actually going to be using the same white as before, just because we want to use a different color, but we want to test out the shape first and see how it goes. So what we've done is we've collected some glass on the end of a blowpipe, and we're going to start preparing this for the color to be added on. So you'll see we're rolling it out onto our Marver table, and in a moment here we're actually going to blow a bubble into this glass. Over on the other side of our hot shop, we pulled out the color that we're going to be using, and we're starting to heat that color up. all of the glass that we get out of our glass furnace, so this is going to be the furnace with the door that you see here that kind of pulls open, is going to be completely clear. None of that glass is colored. We have to go in ourselves and manually color the glass. So if we want to add a blue or a purple or any of that, it's something we actually have to go out of our way to do. In our case today, we're using these color bars. So it's solid glass in a bar form that we kind of cut down into smaller pieces and preheat in what we call our garage. Once that glass has gotten up to a pretty solid temperature, we're able to actually pull it out and start heating it up inside of what we call our glory hole. So the glory hole is the round chamber that you see that we're going to be popping in and out of to reheat our glass. Our glory hole rests at about 2,100 to 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And so it allows our glass to get hot again so that we can continue working with it and shaping it. If we allow our glass to get too cold, we have pretty high chances of it cracking and breaking. And then our piece will sadly be on the floor, which is definitely not where we want it to be. We're going to get ready now to do this color drop. So you can see we have our blowpipe with the clear glass sitting ready for the color to be brought over. Once our color has been heated up enough, we're going to bring it over and allow this color to drip onto the surface of this clear glass. What we're doing is building layers. So we have one layer of the clear glass, and now we're getting ready to go ahead and add the colored layer of the glass. All right, so here we go, allowing that color to drip onto the surface of our clear. And we go ahead and trim it away so that it is now fully attached to our blowpipe. And what we're going to do is we're going to start spreading this color across that surface so that we can get this solid color and make sure that we don't have any of that clear glass poking through. So you can see that the color that we just added kind of rests on the top of that bubble like a little hat. And we're starting to roll it across the surface. So there's no mixing that's happening. We're just building a new layer on top of the glass that we already had. Right now, since our glass is really hot, that color that we're using is really transparent and is starting to look clear. So right now we cannot see that exact color that we just used. But as it starts to cool down, we start to be able to actually see the color show up once again. And we'll be able to see that kind of milky, transparent white that we're using. So now that our glass has started to cool down, we can really clearly see that white color that we added onto our glass. So where our glass once was clear, we can now see that we have this very consistent white across the whole surface. And when we start to blow this glass up, that will remain the consistent color, but it will become more transparent the further it starts to stretch. So right now, since it's very condensed in a small form across that surface, it is extremely opaque. It seems to be very white in color, and it's hard to even see through it. But as we start to blow out our glass, you will actually be able to fully see through this color. We're going back into our glass furnace again. This glass furnace holds about 1,000 pounds of hot glass. It's at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And we never turn our glass furnace off. Our glass furnaces are always on 24/7. If we were to turn them off at the end of each day, we would not be able to get them back running for the next day. And then we would not be here making beautiful glass objects. So everything else in the hot shop will turn off at the end of the day, but the glass furnaces are always running. So you can also imagine how high our electricity bill tends to be. It's pretty expensive just to run a small hot shop. So to put it on such a large scale is quite a toll. Most local and smaller glass artists tend to struggle to find studios to work in or places to rent out to actually do their artwork. And so that's one of the really nice things about here at the museum is we give lots of opportunity to local artists and local communities to be able to use our hot shop. So after letting our glass cool for a moment, we're going in and we're getting some more hot glass onto our surface. So really this process that we are kind of doing just in the beginning is really all about just building up mass. We're trying to get more glass to work with so that we can blow out a pretty large scale object. Since we're trying to get the basin of this sink, it's gonna have to be blown pretty large, and then it's gonna be taking on a kind of rectangular shape. The other thing that we are preparing is what we call our punty. So we have some glass on the end of a pipe, and this is what we're gonna be using to transfer our glass over onto that new pipe. This one's going to have a cold core. So basically the glass that we have on there right now, we're allowing it to kind of cool down and get pretty solid on our pipe. And then before we actually use it to attach it onto our piece and transfer over, we'll actually get hot glass on top of that cold glass. So we kind of have this really structurally sound center. This core will be very cooled and it'll be strong enough to really hold our piece. And then the hot glass that we get on top of that cold core is really just to make sure that we can have it stick. So glass is pretty sticky and it likes to stick to itself. So we have that hot glass on the outside so that as we attach it, we know that the connection between the two will stay. It looks like we're ready for another gather of glass on top of what we have. So you can see we've really started to increase how much glass we have on our pipe. So as we roll, it starts to get a little bit more challenging to get that rotation, just because of how heavy the glass is on the end of our pipe and how it can be really hard to get that pipe to rotate in that very thick molten glass. We spend a lot more time inside of our glass furnace trying to collect up that glass. And when we come out, we can see that we have pretty much added almost double the amount that we already had. We're going over off to the side and we're cooling down our pipe. So since we spent so much time inside of our glass furnace, where again it's close to about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, we were in there for a long time, and that heat transfer really starts to travel onto our pipe. And so we have these water troughs that we're able to use that actually squirt up some water that only hits our pipe. So it's not directly hitting the glass in any way, because of course we don't want to crack the glass at all. And we're able to just quickly cool down our pipe so that we can grab a hold of it once again. So we can see now that we're at our center bench, we are starting to go in and shape our glass a little bit more. We're going in with a tool that we call our block, and this is a wooden tool that we keep soaked with water. We're able to use it on the hot surface of the glass. And it's almost like we're trying to create this very rounded shape, almost like a balloon, where it kind of starts to come in towards the pipe. We're going to start blowing more air into our glass, and you'll be able to see that this shape is going to start expanding as that air fills up the entire mass of glass that we have. As we start to blow air into our glass, we can sometimes see our glass double or even triple in size. We're going in now and we're creating our jack line in our glass. So we're using these kind of like almost like metal tongs, and we're applying this pressure right towards where the glass is meeting the pipe. And we're creating this indentation, this weak spot in our glass. This is going to come really, it's just extremely important when we are getting ready to break off onto a new pipe. We need somewhere where we can kind of reinforce the glass to break in that specific area so that when we're ready for it to break off, it'll do it right where we want it to instead of somewhere else. So the color didn't necessarily change. The color was always there. But since it was so hot, the color was not showing up in its true form. So heat kind of, yeah, it distorts color, right? So when it's really hot, it starts to look like it's yellow when there's no yellow or orange or amber involved anywhere near it. As our glass is starting to cool down, the color is going to start to show itself, especially since we're working with a white. It's going to start to show a little bit more than other colors would as they start to cool down. The other thing is that this is a transparent color, so as a transparent color, you can see through it. So when it's really hot like that, it just takes on the same look as clear. But you'll be able to see when we heat it up once again, the color will suddenly be gone, and then again, as it cools, you'll be able to see it kind of slowly show up on the surface. It's almost like a magic trick. So what we're going to be doing is switching over to our new pipe in a moment here. We have said pipe, or what we call our punty, and we're going to be attaching it to the bottom of our piece. Once we have a solid connection between the two, we're actually going to go ahead and get ready to break our piece off at that weak spot that I was mentioning earlier that we created, also known as our jack line. What we're going to do is we're going to grab a little bit of water in our tweezers and apply it to that jack line. And this is going to cause the glass to get some spider webbing cracks right in the surface. Then we're going to go ahead and tap it off of our pipe. So what happens is those cracks in the weak spot are then encouraged by the vibration being sent through tapping the pipe to break at that location. So by creating the weak spot and then weakening it further by creating those cracks in its surface, we're trying to really ensure that our glass is going to want to break where we want it to, instead of breaking along the piece or further into the piece, causing us to have to start it over. Now that we're on a new pipe, we're going to just make sure our placement feels correct, trying to make sure that our piece is centered on this pipe. So now that we have separated our glass from its blowpipe, we have this opening at the bottom of our piece from where that air was entering the glass. And we're going to start working with this opening, starting to try and open it up so that we can create this, shape for our sink, for the actual basin of our sink. To give people a better reference, I do believe we have some photos now that we can show up on the screen. If we could show, yes. So here's some of these pictures of what these will look like and the general shapes that we're trying to go for. Since we're trying to do this basin right now, you can see how that rectangular shape, we have to really open up these edges. And again, you can see that basin there. Thank you. So you can see we're going inside of the glass with our jacks so that we can start to open up this lip. What else is really interesting is you can see the exact line where the heat is not traveling all the way down to the base of the glass just because of the color change. So we can tell how far down is that heat traveling while we're inside of our glory hole. And this is basically telling us where we would have to start blow torching our piece to make sure that we aren't losing too much heat towards the back. So we now have our glass on these rollers on our bench so that we can spin the piece in place. This allows us to continue shaping out the glass so that we can get this rounded bowl. And once again, we're going in, just spinning this piece on these rollers so that we can continue to shape out our bowl. This also helps us to make sure that all of our sides are even and that everything is matching one another. So we're going in with those cork paddles and we're starting to press all four sides so that we can get this square shape of our basin for the sink. So it looks like we are deciding we are finished with this piece, that we have the shape we were looking for, and we are going to go ahead and break it off so we can put it away. So one of our glass blowers gets dressed into some protective clothing so that they can carry it to one of the annealers. So we're going to be carrying it over to this black box on the side of the hot shop. And this is where we will put it so that it can rest there and then eventually be slowly cooled down, usually overnight. So we're going to follow the same steps as before. We're grabbing a little bit of water and applying it to that line where we'd like it to break. And then we're going to tap it off of our pipe into the hands of our other glass blower. And take it safely over to our annealer. Can we give them a round of applause for a finished piece? So we will be starting on another basin for a sink. We're probably going to just have a quick little chat about how we're going to approach it, and then we will be getting going. I know that we're going to be using some blues, so the base of it will be a light blue, and then we'll be using a darker blue to do a color wrap. So we'll be actually stringing color onto the surface of the entire blown piece, so it can give the effect that the water is kind of spiraling down the drain. So if you want to stick around and see us work on that piece, we'll be getting going on it shortly. All right, so I do have to come on here just to give a fair warning that the museum will be closing in a little over 10 minutes from now. I'm hoping that we'll be able to get this piece finished so that we can all have that satisfaction of it being done. But unfortunately, if it is not done by that 5 minute mark till our close, I do have to ask you guys to get going. But I'm crossing my fingers that we'll make it and that we'll be able to see it finished. Otherwise, if we get to the point where it hits closer to that time, I will let you guys know. All right, so it looks like we're going to be finishing just in time. Our piece is ready to be broken off and put away. So we're going to be doing just the last few steps to prepare for that break off. We are going ahead and taking our last heat in our glory hole. So we're doing just a quick 5-second heat. We're gonna then come out and get ready to go ahead and break this piece off of its pipe. Grabbing a little bit of water in our tweezers and applying that to the spot where we would like it to break. We're then gonna get ready to tap it off of its pipe. And then over to the annealer it goes. Round of applause for our last piece of the day. Thank you so much for hanging out with us and seeing that through. If you have any questions, I can hang out for a little bit to answer them. Otherwise, thank you for coming to the museum, and hopefully we see you again soon.